We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by
evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradaya is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. whole world should become e-Kailashiyans.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect you,
we will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Didaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. I welcome all of you watching us today on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and many other social media platforms. I welcome all of you today for the Parashakti Akashic readings. And if you are here, it means existence wants you to be here in this form. You are not an accident, but an incident, and a conscious miracle of existence itself. And existence is trying to express itself through you. So welcome to this sacred spiritual experience, your digital experience of the divine. And this may be what you think as your first time in the presence of a divine cosmic being, but this is not the first time. This energy has graced planet Earth. And if you're watching this now, it is not a coincidence, but a cosmic intervention in your life to make you manifest what you want. Many of you might be wondering how this is possible and how has this worked before. All of you have actually come to the right place where you can experience these answers through the powerful cognitions as referenced from the ancient texts of Hinduism, revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And now we'll be seeing about who is Devi Parashakti, the Divine Cosmic Mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the Cosmic Mother. She is the Source Shakti, and it is in her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. It is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity in Hinduism.
First and foremost relationship in mother is mother. The ability to learn even ideas to relate starts with mother. How to relate starts with mother. Understand? Your idea to relate, your ability to relate is two important way to connect what you think is life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with cosmos. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. In your higher consciousness, connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect.
And today, out of his extreme love and compassion, the supreme point of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So let's understand what is the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What exactly is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan that we are going to experience today?
So what in Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava Samadhi, the aspect, attitude, means Bhava means attitude and aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect.
And darshan means to have a glimpse of. So in the Vedic tradition, it is a word used to describe the moment when we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and create a deep lasting transformation in all of us. And darshan is a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. And he simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. And the auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, which raises you to the next level of subconsciousness. And that is like hitting a reset button on your being.
So science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavatara deities in temples and through Bhava Samadhi Darshan in the Nijavatara incarnation.
And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is where the science of the Nijavatara manifests Paramashiva consciousness. And it is where the formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form or embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva.
So as you can see, Devi Parashakti being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as Nijavatara from Devi Meenakshi.
And the Archavatar, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy. But unfortunately, human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. And so the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap between the human beings and the other living beings with the Archavatar and creates an experience for the superconscious energy in all of us.
So the Bhavasamadhi awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human superconscious energy. It visibly slows down your aging process, improves immunity to diseases, and during darshan, the whole brain alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our system, our life.
And during the Baba Samadhi Darshan, another natural phenomenon which happens is our mirror, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. So mirroring neurons activate the process of all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. And that is the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar.
So Akashic readings, the readings from the cosmic archives. Akashic readings is not predicted; it is reading from the cosmic archives beyond space, creation, and destruction happen simultaneously. In dimension of time starts the past, present, and future because Akashic records are stored in our no past, present, and future. That is why you call as happened, happening, yet to happen are clearly already recorded.
And now we'll be seeing a small introduction or a small glimpse of who the Supreme Point of Hinduism is, the one who is giving us this beautiful science of the Baba Samadhi Darshan and manifesting Devi Parashakti in him.
So, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Masanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the thousandth incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters. Recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. So, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple based universities a lifestyle for humanity.
And the Supreme Point of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Kanchi Kailash Sarpanipeetham, which is the Tande Mandala Adinam, the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsha Sarangi Samrajyam, and the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam of Kailasvarate Shyamala Pita Sarpanipeetham, and the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, which is the largest monastic order.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the thousandth Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head for all spiritual leaders of Atal Akada, and is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidhana of Dharmamukti Swargapur Madinam and is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also revered as a teacher of Hinduism, most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched. He has authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 different languages, which are English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. And these are translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And over 20 million copies of these books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. And over 10,000 hours of discourses have been given for humanity. And he has enriched and enriched 1 billion plus lives digitally and is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gitas, Jain Sutras, and many more.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, and is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas Rudras, Rishis Rishikas, Bhairavas Bhairavis, and Sannyas. Is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, which is Kailasha's Nithyananda Hindu University in the world, with satellite campuses in 150 countries, and is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasas, the enlightenment ecosystems, and is the founder and reviver of over 100 sampradayas, largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scripture, million digital books.
And the Sanskrit word Diksha is derived from da, to give, and kshi, to destroy ignorance. It loosely translates as initiation. Diksha is a direct transfer of spiritual energy by an avatar through a look, a word, or a touch, which destroys ignorance of all of the initiate or the disciple. And the initiation triggers the possibility to create a new groove and neurological pathways in the brain, and can even alter gene expressions. So this is a small introduction to Diksha, and we are going to see now a live demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis in the next segment, which is given as a gift to humanity and to all of us. And after the initiation, after the darshan, even all of you will be initiated into the different powers. So these powers are given to us through the science of Diksha. So we'll be having a glimpse of the power manifestation which is given to us through the science of Diksha. So we will now be moving to the next segment, where we will be seeing the live demonstration of the power manifestation. Yes, so now in this next segment, we will be seeing the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis. Till now, we learned what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, what benefits we're going to get, and who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given to all of us.
So the Balasans, the Nityananda Yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through Diksha initiation.
And in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will also be receiving the initiations into the third eye awakening, and also various other powers with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we will be manifesting the following powers of third eye, which is seeing with eyes blindfolded, and various other powers. And for those of you who might be wondering where the third eye is located and how it works, the third eye is a cosmic browsing center which is located between the brows, and which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you would with your two eyes. So now let's see what are Shaktis.
So in the Vedagamas, the source script detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus external Shaktis, the divine powers. The manifesting powers, the Shaktis, are described as a system method and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man and need to reach divine.
And many of you might be wondering, what is the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis? As Siddhis is a common term used for extraordinary power manifestation which is happening. So the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis are that Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru and a source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment and on the path of enlightenment.
And a few more differences between the Shaktis and Siddhis are the Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar, and the Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from enlightenment.
And the source of all these Shaktis, Paramashiva, is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time, space, form, and causality. And as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Throbhava, pulling out a delusion, and Anugraha, which is liberating grace for all living entities.
About the avatar of Paramashiva, the avatar of the source of Shakti is Paramashiva. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1000th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, the great cosmic wireless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It is where the science of enlightenment and powers, the Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace which is never accomplished before.
And now you can all see the Guru Parampara, where all of this knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through initiation, Diksha, by the enlightened Gurus. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us?
Every jnana, the ultimate truth mapped into your consciousness, manifests as possibility and power of every being. Prajnana.
And now we'll see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through 4 aspects of evidences or pramanas. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. And then the next is the Apta Pramana, which are the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, where the Vedic rishis and scientists have time tested and verified these sciences.
The next is the Atma Pramana, or account from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam. His Divine Holiness Bhagwan personal experience of our manifestation. The next is the Pratiksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation.
And the Vedagamas which is a living applied science for Hindus. Let's see what exactly are the Vedas and Agamas. So the Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus and are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, and the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology and the applied science is expanded. And the Vedas and Agamas, the Veda Agamas put together, are given the stages of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva, and they are the ultimate eternal and unchangeable truths. And a reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana.
So let us now get ready and a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. After going through the four pramanas for the power of third eye. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference to manifest this power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. कपालान्तर्मनोऽन्यस्य तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोदार्ध्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind or inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. The next is the Amana. Where Krishna initiates Arjuna in third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुमनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Bhagavan Paramashiva, Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. So, in the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna. Behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan. The vision of the cosmic form is directly narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye. Is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji is sharing in Swamiji's own words. The first experience, everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree 10 directions below me. I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. The next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, where the study measures and compare metabolic cell activities of the consciousness and meditative open third eye state using positron emission tomography PET. It is recognized that when doing daily activities, there is high activity that is measured in the brain where third eye is located. And when in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the the brain is at peace. So the next is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the incarnation of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can go back to the previous slides, ma'am. Yes. So this rare sacred science of third eye, this rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for their ultimate enrichment in conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. As a living Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure, great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation Diksha. Millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. So now we will be having the live demonstration of the Sakshi Pramana by the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Nityananda Yogis. So now we have with us Ma Madhura, who will be doing the live demonstration for this power of. So as you all can see, Ma Madhura has an eye band with her, which normally you might have seen everywhere in the shops and everything. So this eye band has a strap attached to it, which will hold the sponge onto the eyes and secure it over there. So as you can see, this eye band has sponge which has two openings. So the eyes will go into those two openings and inside. So due to that, there will be no such light which can enter inside the through the eye bands, and you will not be able to see anything with both your eyes because of that. It is scientifically verified to help people who are people who can't sleep with even slight amount of light. They use this eye band to be able to sleep. It is scientifically verified for that. So when you are, you will not be able to see anything at all. And by our volunteer, who is also with Ma Madhura, will be tying the eye band onto Ma Madhura's eyes in a very secure manner, in which you'll not be able to see anything.
Yes, so now the volunteer putting the eye band in their eyes.
So as the band is being put, that V cut on the eye band is going to stick onto the nose.
So you can move a little to the right.
So as you all can see, Ma Madhura will be turning left, right, and showing each one of you that there is no possible gap which is possible. So as you all, there is no gap. Now you can comment. You can comment.
Yes, anything you would like to comment on YouTube, on the live comments, YouTube comments, you can put it in the live YouTube comments and I will be reading it. Anything you would like me to read. It can be a sequence of numbers, emojis, pictures, words, letters, and can even be a different language. whatever you want me to read. So the last comment we have is from Yadnish Dargalkar. He has put Nithyanandam. And before that, we have Margaret Johnson, who has put Nithyanandam. Are we going to have Akashic readings by the Balasins today? Every Sunday before the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, before the Kalbhairava Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we'll be having one. You can register on the form and request for an Akashic reading. And then, yes, now we have another comment from Margaret Johnson. Yes, can you tell me what am I holding up? Yes, that is a different power. Now we are doing the reading. So you can, anything you want me to read, you can post it on the comments. You have Ma Susan Davidson has put Nithyanandamma. Bonjour from Canada, CA.
So you all can go and see in the comment section that exactly whatever people have and Ma Margarita are all sharing exactly that is what is being read over here.
Ma Margaret Johnson has put sorry. No, Ma, that's not a problem. We would love to do that power and experience the power and experiment with these powers. But right now we are just doing the reading. That is not a problem in requesting the power to be manifested now. You don't have to apologize. And then we have another comment from Yadnish Dargalkar, who has put 3 firework emojis or sun emojis. I'm not exactly sure what that is. It's like it is a sun or an orange fireworks. Then we have Susan Davidson, wonderful Ma, and then we have somebody whose name is Seven Searchful, who has put Om Sadashivoham.
See, it has been projected also. Exactly whatever is being commented by the super chat people, what Paramashiva is revealing.
Yes, and Susan Davidson Ma has now put amazing power manifestation. Yes, Ma, and even you can experience these powers. Not only we can do it, all of you watching us right now, and even if you're not watching us right now, just do the initiation. You can come watch the darshan, have the preparation for the darshan, watch the darshan, and you will be initiated into these powers, and even you'll be able to manifest. And yes, now we have another comment from Yadnish Dargalkar, who has put 2 smiley emojis and has put awesome. Yes, anyone else can also put your comments. You can put anything you want me to read. It can be a sequence of random stuff. It can even be emojis, words, numbers, all put together. And can even be a different language, which even I may not be able to read the language, but I can surely maybe tell what language that is.
We had people who have asked in Chinese, we have people who have asked in various languages. So you also can ask in any language that you want. Either it will be replicated in a paper and shown, or the third eye will reveal the language that you are sharing. You're writing in. If you're writing any scientific term, you can see that it will be pronounced and it will be absolutely correct. So you can comment anything, any scientific term, logical term, what you think Ma Madhura will not know as a person.
So anyone watching us right now can post a comment. Even all of you have already posted comments. Okay, so we have Yadnish Dargalkar, who has put a comment, I guess, in Hindi, and it is written Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And now we have 7 Searchful who has put some marks. I guess that's like it's exclamatory marks are there. It's a pattern of stuff and comes 3 times. The same pattern comes thrice. And then we have Susan Davidson comments Vatu and a question mark. I guess that's a different language, which I'm not exactly sure which language it is.
So as you all can see, it has been projected. 7 Searchful has put in some other language which is looking like it is a pattern. And Yadnesh Daragarkar Aya has put in Hindi Nirvikalpa Samadhi, just like how Mamadura has read. And Masuzain Ma has also put comments Vatu, exactly whatever has been revealed. As you all can see, it has been projected.
Yes, and Yadnish Dargalkaraya, you can maybe get back in the comments. For those who may not understand Hindi, you can get back in the comments saying what language it is and if it's right. And anyone else who would like to quickly put in your comments before we move on to the next power of body scanning? Okay, Yadnish Dargalkaraya has now put yes, it is right, ma. And then a smiley emoji. Yes, thanks, Aya, for getting back. And anyone else who would like to put in your comments quickly before, or more comments, even if you have already put a comment, you can even put your comments again for anything else you would like me to read.
Anybody who has commented already also, you can comment anything. Scientific terms, some other languages, whatever you want to comment. Anything you want, you can comment, and it will be revealed in the third eye. There is nothing particular that you have to comment. You can comment anything in the chat, in the live chat, and you will see that it will be read absolutely from third eye.
Okay, so now we'll be moving to the next power. I request the volunteer to remove my I-band. So now the I-band will be removed from my
Actually,
eyes.
before removing the I-band, we have one
yes.
more comment.
Yeah. Yes, so we have Susan Davidson who has put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 0.
Yes, as you can see, the random numbers that has been put by Master Zain is also exactly correctly read. So now the volunteer can remove the I-band.
Yes.
As you all can see, it is the exact I-band. Same I-band. So then with this, we will be entering into the next power, which is the amazing power of body scanning. So whoever wants a body scanning can already start commenting. We'll just go through the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, and other Pramanas as we get ready to scan demonstration of this power of third eye. So now we will be entering into the power of body scanning. In this power of body scanning, one awakens to the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnose issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. So the Shastra Pramana, you can go to the next slide. The Shastra Pramana to manifest this power. स्वदेहे जगतो वापि सूक्ष्मसूक्ष्मतराणि च निलयं ध्यात्वन्ते व्यज्यते परा. Bhagwan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principle of your whole body, Swadeha. Cognize deeply from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principle of your whole body, Swadeha, and or of the whole universe simultaneously, absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and power, Paradevi Parashakti is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. So the next
is the Apta Pramana, which comes from the life of Siddha, whose name was Thereya. And he was one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. And one day a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing, and Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache, and he reveals that there's a small in the person's brain. Agatya immediately then instructs Thereya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache, and thus Thereya gains his name, which is Thereya.
The next is the Atma Pramana, account from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam life that is time tested and authenticated this time. So on the 22nd December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning and paraphrasing Swamiji's own words by Swamiji sharing. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At the time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. That I had been poisoned without our knowledge, I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body conditions due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where balance has to be done. I used allopathy to verify my findings.
And now all of you can see the Sakshi Pramana, where few of the thousands of initiate disciples have shared their experience of how they have manifested the power of body scanning, and they've shared it on social media. So these are a few screenshots of that. And now we ourselves will be getting into the Sakshi Pramana, where we will be witnessing a live demonstration of these extraordinary Shaktis, this power of body scanning. So anyone who would like can put your comments in the YouTube comment section requesting for a body scan, and we will be more than happy to do a body scan for you. Yes, so we already have the 7 searchful. We have 7 searchful. I am Ahmed. Please scan me. So yes, Ma Pragya, you can start scanning Ahmadaya. And Yadnish Dargalkar has asked for a body scanning and also wealth manifestation to remove all obstacles. So yes, now I will be doing a scanning for you. And once Ma Pragyana is done with 7 set with Ahmadaya, Ma Puja Kumar has also asked. So Ma Pragyana will be, whoever one of us will be scanning for you also, Ma Puja Kumar. So yes, now we'll be chanting the Mahavakyan starting. Ahmadaya, Ma Pragyana is scanning you, and Yadnish Dargankaraya, I am scanning your body now.
So, Amadaya, I was able to see that all of a sudden you start feeling that around you things are kind of blur, and sometimes you feel dizziness. And I was also able to see that you have some kind of rash feeling. It is not exactly paining, but it is, you feel really weird in your throat area. And when you're swallowing, you feel like there is something in your throat which you're swallowing through. So this is also one more thing I was able to see. And I was also able to see that the hip area, in your hip area, you have weakness, due to which you have slight pain. The pain that you get because of weakness or because of stress in that place. So in your hip area, I'm able to see that you have some sort of weakness that is causing you stress in that place and causing some weak pain. And if you're walking around, or if you are in the kitchen standing for a long time, or if when you're walking outside for a quite long time, you easily have pain in your kneecap. It is because of the weakness again. So all the weakness is, whatever weakness that you're facing in your whole of your body is all caused by your own cognition that your body is weak. It is actually that what you're cognizing, whatever thought you're having, is very powerful. But the cognition of yours is very weak, that your body is very weak. You hold that as the possibility, and you are manifesting. Able to see is as a cognition itself about your health. You have to shift when you start cognizing, and your thought pattern itself becomes that your body is healthy, your body is not weak. When your thought cognition itself shifts, that you have a strong body and you're healthy, when that cognition happens in you, then I was able to see that your body's health will drastically improve, and you will be able to manifest health in your body. Because I was able to see very clearly that any problem that you're facing in your body, your own about yourself, that I am not healthy, or your own weak cognitions about yourself, that is only becoming manifesting into reality. So when you change your thought into positive thought current, even your body. So this is what I was able to see in the chat, Aya, as to
Yes, and now Yadnish Dargalkar, for you, I was able to see that as you have specifically asked for the wealth manifestation, I was able to see that it is mainly about your cognition about wealth itself. You have to make your understanding and cognition of wealth more. You have to understand the meaning and importance of wealth in a more detailed and more um, in a more spiritual manner. So you have to change your cognition to a more spiritual manner, and your cognition about the importance of wealth itself, you have to take it to the next level. So I was able to see that is one of the first obstacles in the wealth manifestation. And for that, I was able to see that if you every day, if possible, to start off, you can start maybe like twice a week, and then you can, as time goes, however the time permits for you, start every day doing at least 10 to 15 minutes meditation. Like start, just meditate in front of a Venkateshwara deity. Or if you don't have a deity right now with you, you can start off with a picture of Venkateshwara. Just meditate in front of the deity and try speaking with Venkateshwara, try speaking with Lord Venkateshwara, and as and behind, like as a background music, play the Vishnu Sahasranamam. This will help in your cognition about wealth to go to a more deeper level and more deeper understanding. So this is what I was able to see for you, Aya. So you can get back in the comment section. And Ahmed Aya is actually now asking how to shift the cognition. So Ma Pragya, you can scan and
yes,
tell that. And now
yes.
I will be doing a scan for Ma Pooja Kumar.
I already finished the scanning for Ma Pooja Kumar.
Okay.
What I was able to see, Ma. After sharing for Ma Pooja Kumar, Amadaya, I can maybe again scan and tell how you can shift your cognition. So, now Pooja, I was able to see that your lung capacity is actually quite weak. By that, I'm trying to say your oxygen, the amount of oxygen you're able to consume in your lung is very low. So, because of that, the stamina level in your body is decreasing. After a while of work, you feel like you just want to go sit and you feel like you're already done. You've done so much. So the stamina level in your body is getting weaker and weaker. And I was able to see that because of the stamina getting weaker and weaker, there are slight problems that is being caused in your body. For example, digestion problem. You have gastric problem that is being caused because of your stamina level. It is not actually related, but I was able to see that with this completion happening, with the completion, with the health transformation and completion with the lungs. When you complete with your own lungs and pay more gratitude for your lungs, that healing that causes for your lungs will shift your health in various ways. So I was able to see that sit with yourself and be grateful for your body, be grateful for whatever you have. Do the meditation process where you are grateful for whatever you're having. For example, grateful to have your hands, grateful to have your legs, lungs, grateful to have your throat, grateful to have your eyes, nose. Be grateful to your body with this meditation process, with this completion process with your own body. I was able to see that the shift that causes in you, all the major problems that whatever you yourself think you're facing, along with your lung capacity and stamina, the weakness that you're facing, the gastric problem that you're facing, with the gastric problem which is causing chest pain and knee pain. Um, this gastric problem is causing you stomach pain, chest pain, knee pain, and the joints pain a lot. So I was able to see that this process where you thank your body will help you heal this process. And same way for Ahmedaya also, I was able to see that you should sit with your body and be grateful to your body. Aya. I was able to the cognition shift that you have to have is from thought current level. You have to you're manifesting your thoughts into reality. The Vak Shakti is very powerful thing. At one point of time, it becomes reality. So you have to change your own thought current about yourself. You have to have a shift in whatever you're thinking. So you have to sit with yourself and declare that your body is healthy. Your cognition itself is that your body is not healthy, and you are manifesting that into reality. So you have to sit and shift your cognition about your own body, your own health, how you are going through, and you will see that as reality, it will shift. So Pooja Kumar has gotten back saying, "Wow, thank you so much. Very accurate. My breathing was causing so much issues recently, and every symptom is accurate. Thank you."
Yes,
So,
and even Yadnish Dargalkaraya
thank
has
you so much for getting back, ma.
yes, even Yadnish Dargalkaraya has said yes, thank you so much, and is asking for a body healing. Yes, when I did the body scanning itself, I have given the healing. It is actually I was not able to see any kind of physical issue which is causing any problem. So you're completely fine, and even if there is, I have given the healing. So already during the body scanning itself, the healing has happened. And now with this, I thank all of you, all the viewers who have joined us today for this power manifestation segment. And we will be moving on, in the interest of time, we'll be moving on to the further segments where we will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti and more about what she has revealed. So I thank all of you once again. And if anyone else would like a body scanning or the manifestation of any other extraordinary Shakti, every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST, you can join us for the power manifestation and for the other segments where we will be learning about Devi Parashakti. So now we will be moving to the next segment of this program where we will be seeing who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now in this next segment, I welcome all of you first of all for this next segment where we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. So we'll be first looking into the Dhyana Shloka, which Ma Pragnana will be chanting.
Yes. So the Dhyana Shloka from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka is सिन्दूरारुणविग्रहां त्रिनयनां माणिक्यमौलिस्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखी मां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. The translation: the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eye, sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
And another Dhyana shloka, which also comes from the Lalita Sahasranam. Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadibiravrtam ayukaihi rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation of this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima Flores, and she is the self within me.
Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, Parashakti, is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source, where the Big Bang black hole go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge.
And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
In Devi Parashakti's own words, raising his Omkara, expressing his Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa Shri Prachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as power rules the world, Paramashakti Manonmani Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Shami, Chandramauli Rapala, Aparna, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nityananda with great compassion. I am blessing, listen people. To do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara.
And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you.
Literally, you're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at the moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. The coins are considered as traditional dakshinas in Hinduism, in the Hindu tradition. it can be to the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise. In US, you can monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay.
And you can offer that to Devi. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, beet leaf, and betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you offer, you can collect all of those coins and send it to the LA temple for the further procedures. And many of you might be wondering how this betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you. Swami says this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior.
So as you can see, you can arrange in a plate with 1 banana, 3 betel leaves or few betel leaves, and you can place some betel nuts on top of the betel leaf with 1 you want to offer as dakshina for Devi Parashakti. You can place it on the tambulam. The plate with all these decorated on it is called the tambulam. You can place it on the plate, and these are the main ingredients that you need for the plate. But if you want, you can add kumkum, you can add chandan, you can add coconut, you can add any flowers in front of Devi Parashakti for the offering. And after you have done with the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, as prasadam, you can consume the betel leaf and banana.
Yes, and with this we come to the conclusion of this segment, where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how you can set up Tambulam to receive her. So now we will be moving to the next segment, where we will be seeing what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity. So we will be back after a really short break to see what Devi Parashakti has revealed for all of us and how important it is for us to follow.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone, welcome back. So now in this segment, we will be seeing about the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, of what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings for all of us. So humanity is still undergoing the after effects of the cosmic deluge, Pralaya, and thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic are emerging. Fungal epidemics, along with record numbers of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective physique, leading into an increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues. And why did all of this happen? What caused this? And who is behind this? How could we have avoided all of this? And what is the solution for all of this? In this segment, we will be going through a scientific and statistical understanding of what Devi Parashakti's revelation is on the cause and solution of the Pralaya. So all of us know that the current status of the world right now is the number of deaths is around 33.8 million, and total confirmed cases is over now 175.9 million, and the worst affected countries are US, India, and Brazil. And the number of COVID cases just in India is 29,510,410, and the number of COVID deaths itself in India is 374,305, and the number of the number of people fallen into 75 million plus. And India is suffering from suicide and depression. India is the 6th most depressed country. And this is given in an article by the WHO. It says India is the 6th most depressed country. And this is a direct report given by the WHO. A recent WHO report provides evidence about the same. India is the most depressed country in the world, leaving USA and China behind. The maximum cases of anxiety, schizophrenia, depression, and bipolar disorders were found in India. And with most cases going unreported, with 6.5% of the population suffering from some form of mental illness. This goes on to prove that there is a huge gap between patients and mental health care professionals to be filled. The ratio is quite staggering, with one doctor for every 100,000 patients. And you can also see how 6.5% of the population suffering from some form of mental illnesses, also with a suicide rate of 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. Suicide is one of the biggest causes of deaths in the age group of 15 to 24, and the average suicide rate in India is 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. And you can also see how India is suffering through natural diseases. You can see a few articles and the pictures of this from the Indian Express and Times of India. So how could we have prevented this? How could we have prevented this destruction? So we will now be seeing what the Parashakti revealed about this on the 31st of May 2021.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And the translation of what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the video we just watched. For this huge Kirumi Bojanam, hell not to come to India. In 2020 itself, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. And now we will be seeing a video on where the Supreme Point of Hinduism has revealed the vision of the Padayatra in 2017 itself.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year, I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to
enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower, and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for Darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have Darshan and Arti, the camp for Arti. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen, 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only Darshan. They will not be able to.
Yes, and actually, since the age of 10 itself, the Supreme Point of Hinduism has been enriching people and preparing them for the Padayatra to save them from this pralaya. So you can see from that age, the Supreme Point of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating masses in the enlightenment through his powerful discourses, initiations, and darshans. So you can see a few pictures. We'll be going through a few pictures of where this Padayatra and programs have been conducted. So you can see on the 16th and 17th of November 2005 in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, the Anandam Selvathai Kodakku, the Bliss Attracts Fortune. This program was conducted. And then on 19th of November 2005 in Vellore, Tamil Nadu, the Parashakti and Arputangal, the Miracles of Existence, this program was conducted. Then on the 21st of November 2005 in Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu, what is the need for Guru? This program was conducted. And on the 21st of November 2005 in Namakkal, Tamil Nadu, Society is Nothing But Your Mind. This program was conducted. And then on the 24th and 27th of November 2005 in Salem, Tamil Nadu, the Nithyananda Paramashivam program was conducted. Then the Nithyanandam program. And then in the 25th of December 2005 in Tiruvannamalai, Swamiji's birth star celebrations, the Nithyananda Jayanti was celebrated. And on the 1st of January 2006 in Adi Kailasha Savagnipeetham, the 29th Jayanti celebrations. These are a few pictures of that. And on 24th January 2006 in Tiruvannamalai, the Jayanti celebrations where Swamiji, you can see Swamiji addressing a school in Tiruvannamalai. Sorry, 4th January 2006. And on the 25th and 28th January 2006, the Nithyananda Paramashivam program in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Then on the 11th of July 2006 in Adi Kailasha Savagnipeetham, you can see the Guru Purnima celebrations. And then the Shakti Spurana program, the Bhakti Spurana program, you can see. Then you can also see the Dhyana Spurana program, few pictures of that. And you can also see Swamiji has conducted programs even for kids, the Little Anandas. Then on the 16th to 18th July 2006 in Salem, Tamil Nadu, the Saptayaham. You can see pictures of the Saptayaham conducted in Tamil Nadu, Salem. And this is another picture of the Saptayaham. And in the 20th to 23rd July 2006 in Adi Kailasha Savagnipeetham, the Nithyananda Paramashivam program. These are a few pictures of that. And these are a few more pictures from various other programs that Swamiji has conducted. But however, the anti-Hindu elements had made it really impossible to do the re-energizing process, and they drove the supreme form of Hinduism out of India. So now we'll be seeing Devi Parashakti, where she revealed the solutions for this on the 31st of May 2021.
2022 வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And as we look around us, we see what the great rishis and the Vedic civilization forewarned as the Kali Yuga. In the Kurma Purana, sage Vyasa actually echoes the rishis' declaration, and he says the Kali Yuga is the worst of all the 4 yugas, where man will be his worst enemy. So I will now be chanting where sage Vyasa echoes the declaration of all the rishis, and this is stated in the Kurma Purana. And for those of you who don't know, sage Vyasa is actually a saint specifically empowered by the divine to compile and classify the Vedas and the Mahabharata. So now I will be chanting this verse where he echoes the declaration of the rishis. Idam Kaliyugam Goram Sampraptam Pandunandana Tato Gachami Devasya Varanasim Mahapuram Asmin Kaliyuge Gore Loka Papa No Partina Bhavishyanti Mahapapa Varnashrama Vivarjita Nanyat Pashyami Jantunam Muktva Varanisim Puram Sarva Papa Prasampannam Prayas Chittam Kalau Yuge. This verse says, this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, ages. In all the worlds, people are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And the Kuru Puranam also states that Lord Rudra, Paramashivoham himself, is the avatar of Kali Yuga. Brahma Krita Yuge Devas Tretayam Bhagavan Ravihi Dwapare Daivatam Vishnu Kalau Rudro Maheshwaraha. It says Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata, Lord of Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, which is Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dwapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashiva. And as told in the scriptures itself by our Vedic rishis, it was forewarned and told on the 2nd of January 1978, out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva descended into the human form as the Nijavatar of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And now we'll be watching a video where Swamiji says, the Supreme Point of Hinduism says that 1979 would have been too late for him to descend.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax. Before it was going to be put off, have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
And the Avatar's advent on planet Earth was to protect the world from the great cosmic deluge to the new age, the Satya Yuga. So now we'll be watching a video where Devi Parashakti, what Devi Parashakti revealed on the 30th of April.
ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம், நித்யயுகம் சத்யயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
And the translation of what Devi Parashakti feels in this, Devi Parashakti says, people of world, listen, Kali Yuga has matured and over. Time has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great Pradaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come here. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom as Satya Yuga. Be blissful. And the great cosmic mother went on to reveal on the 31st of May, for this huge hell Kirmi Bojanam, not to come to India in 2020, I had planned to do Padayatra throughout India in 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. In order to prepare for this, the Avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. And he began to enrich thousands of people around the world on the truths from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. Even as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 14 and 15, all of his classmates recall the yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them all from Gudiyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace, and a huge spiritual pilgrimage site. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was around 19 years of age, all his fellow monks at the Ramakrishna Mutt also recalled the yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage trip or experience. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one of us until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December 1999. So you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first Kailasa enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchengodu, Tamil Nadu, South India on the 14th of April 2021. You can see a picture of that. On 2001. And in 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijaya Yatra all over the world to enrich people from all backgrounds. And he also intends with intensity and dedication for the people, even among crowds of thousands who don't know English, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's voice resonated deeply and his presence moved each one to tears. And in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples and delivering satsangs and initiating them into subconscious breakthroughs. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but supernal spiritual realms also. And this is in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodaikanal Ratha Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari deities traveling from city to city. So now we'll be watching a short video on the Kodaikanal Yatra, when the Kodaikanal Yatra had happened. And the Kodaikanal Ratha Yatra culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the Garbha Mandir, the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda Parashakti deities, and also the Swayambhulinga at Adi Kailash Sarvapeetham, Bengaluru, South India. And the deities were energized as Archavatars to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adi Kailash Sarvapeetham as a ship to save humanity from the upcoming Pralaya. And the Supreme Court of Hinduism has created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens during the Great Deluge. So you can see the Kailasan Tiruchengodu, the Adi Kailash Srivangipitam, and the Kailasan Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar also created and energized the Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Anandalinga, which would protect anyone who bathes in its waters from the deadly COVID-19. So we will be watching a video of that.
जनमस्सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने जनमो गिरिशाय विविष्टाय जनमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते जनमो स्रस्वाय च वामनाय जनमो बृहते च वर्षीयते जनमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने जनमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय जनम आशवे च जिराय जनम शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च द्वीत्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च प्रगल्भाय च नमो जघन्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमस्तोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नम उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय च अवसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शुधिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे च वेजायुधिने च नमस्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृंगाय च वशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आतार्याय च लात्याय च नमः षष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः ईरण्याय च प्रपथ्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षयणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुनस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह
And in 2009, the Avatar also held another Kodikan Rath Yatra and gathered international attention, creating movement where lakhs of Hindus once again embraced Hinduism. So we'll be watching a video of that.
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனோ நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்த வயிறும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விஷுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே.
Yes, and wherever the avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of superconsciousness have been sown. And with 1,000+ Kailasa ecosystems, Sarvagnyapitams, enriching over 1 billion people worldwide, the avatar is the last hope for humanity. So now we'll be seeing few of the Kailashas around the world. So this is the Kailasa in Erode, the Adi Nithyananda. Then the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnyapitham in Bangalore, India. Then the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Then the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, which was established in 2007. These are a few more pictures of that. And the Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, which was also established in 2007. This is also a few pictures from the Los Angeles temple. And this is the Kailasa in San Jose, California, established in 2009. And a few more pictures of the Kailasa in San Jose. And this is the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, USA, in 2008. A few more pictures of this temple in Seattle. And this is the Kailasa in Houston, Texas, and it was established in 2017. And this is the Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina, established in 2013. And the Kailasa in New York. Then Kailasa in Washington, D.C. Then the Kailasa in Canada, established in 2011. And a few more pictures of Toronto, the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Then Kailasa in Oklahoma City, USA, established in 2007. Then Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Then the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. Then the Kailasa in Oman. Then the Kailasa in Dubai. Kailasa in London, UK. Then this Kailasa in Scotland. Kailasa in Netherlands. Kailasa in Slovakia. Then the Kailasa in Belgium. Kailasa in Luxembourg. Kailasa in Austria. Kailasa in Germany. Kailasa in Italy. Kailasa in France, the Paris Agreement. Then the Kailasa in Switzerland. Then the Kailasa in Mauritius. Then the Kailasa in South Africa. Then the Kailasa in Salem, which was established in 2006. Then the Kailasa in Hosur, established in 2008. Then the Kailasa in Patnam. Kailasa in Varanasi. Kailasa in Rajapalayam, established in 2008. And then this is the Kailasa in Hyderabad. Kailasa in Kerala. Then the Kailasa in Gujarat. Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Kailasa in Alankulam. Kailasa in Chennai, Tambaram, India. Then the Kailasa in Chennai, Avadi, India. Kailasa in Chennai, India. Then the Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia, established in 2015. Then the Kailasa in New Zealand. Kailasa in Singapore, established in 2006. Then the Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, established in 2008. Then the Kailasa in Guadeloupe, South America. And to ensure that humanity survives, the Supreme Court of Hinduism created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, and religion. And he initiated thousands into the Nithyananda spiritual healing, who are actively healing millions all over the world. And 2,500 plus satsang centers, Paduka mandirs, and home temples operate as the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the avatar also inspired millions to reclaim the Hindu-centric freedom. Thousands of padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Point of Hinduism and revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each one for what was to come. And in 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a padayatra and executed it successfully with thousands participated, and with the dying Hindu population in Malaysia reinvigorated. And for every major festival, devotees from all over the world do the padayatra out of a sincere devotion and love for the avatar. So now we can see a few global achievements and services. With over 1 billion e-citizens, 26 plus years of humanitarian services, 1 billion free organic nutritious meals served and continuing to serve. And world's largest university established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France. And a diverse global population in 347 cities, 196 countries across 6 continents. And the world's greatest Hindu nation, with over 1 billion views. And 1 billion e-citizens in over 100 countries, with the most successful communities in the world. So you can see all the various places around the world where the e-citizens and Kailashas are present. And a few global initiatives which were taken is the holistic health, the education, development of human potential, sharing the practical applications of Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and its science of enlightenment, through which we have made breakthroughs. And through foreign aid, United Nations with over 108 humanitarian charitable initiatives, spearheaded by the Sovereign Religious Order of Kailasa, a strong diplomatic network through the 73 orders of SOK, national and international governments and organization relationships in the past 26 years, and administrator humanitarian projects aligned with the world's needs. And these are a few achievements throughout the 26 years of the Sri Kailasa United Nations. And free education offered in 150 plus countries. The Nithyananda University is the world's largest Hindu university, 487 extended campuses in 150 countries, and free education offered to 20 million children and youth, and 7,000 plus courses. And the Kailasa, with the vision of no hungry home, has initiated multiple services including annadans, organic agriculture, etc. And we have offered 1 billion plus free meals and are continuing to serve. And Kailasa offers free food in 197 countries and many more. And with this, we will now be moving to the next segment, where we will be seeing how we all can make offerings to Devi Parashakti. So please stay tuned, and we will be back after a really short break to see what offerings you can make to Devi Parashakti.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nitya. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism.
Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now we will be moving to the next segment where we will be seeing how and what are the offerings which you can make to Devi Parashakti. So the first significance of the offerings is a giving of a divine gift to pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts: one which is giving and two which is accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand leelas played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. And the Dhyana Shloka for this, Induni Bhaveda Karavahni Nayanam Syat Pankaja Varabhaya Japakshara Sayuktam Angahima Bhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tungamukatojvala Manonmani Swarupam. And the meaning is the moon-like face holding Vedas, books on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flowers, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with japamala beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. So this is from the Mulagama Manonmani Dhyanam. And another Dhyana Shloka about the offerings. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashi nibha vadanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadamapare chabhayam chakshamalam divyair bharanair vibhushita tanum brahma divi pujitam devi meva manonmanim pratidinam kamar Datrim Shubham. And the translation is, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon, and hold the Vedas, lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. So this is also from the Mulagama Manonmani Dhyanam. And the significance of the divine element of gold. Many of us might think that gold these days is actually like an asset or something that we call as very precious. But actually this element of gold is given, the significance of this element gold is given in the Vedas itself. So this comes from the Atharva Veda. Tredajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam bhabuva somasyaikam inasitasya parapatata apamekam videsam reta ahutate hiranyam trividasva vise. And the translation for this is triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtues and powerful Apa, watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. So gold is actually a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. And gold is present in all scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. And when one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows, and kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold, and horses, cows were dressed in gold. And Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold. And in the Rig Veda 5.75.8, 10.75.8, the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. And gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the one you love and revere. And temples are actually constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked or adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. And the first offering is, which you can make to Devi Parashakti, and you can even make it in the YouTube channel now, is the E-Hundi offering. And the pramana for this, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. And this verse says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. And the E-Hundi offering, if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya means worship by Sharada, Saraswati. Sharvani, which is wife of Lord Shiva, where the Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. And Sharmadayini, Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi. And the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting, which is $1. And the pramana for this says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. And this is from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. And offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desire and wishes he or she is yearning for. So you can sign up for any of these offerings at tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And the next is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasa, which is either 75 USD, 151 USD, or 251 USD. And Nama Parayana Prita, this is actually one of Devi's names, and means she who likes repetition of her various names. And this comes from the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. And this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It is very special and unique Archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. And the next offering that you can make to Devi Parashakti is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl. And this, the pramana for this comes from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, the second paragraph of the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. Muktaharala Satkirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Sinjannu Pura Kinkini Manidaram Padma Prabhavasuram Sarvabhishta Palapradam Gidisutam Vanirama Sevitam Meenakshi Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaranidhim. And it means, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, you can offer the pearl finger ring, and receive blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. And the next is the offering to Devi Parashakti, which is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. This costs 600 USD. And this verse, which comes from the Kamikagama, says, Ashtavideshwarupeta kumbhavarna samayutam sarvesha sutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushita sapidhana sapurkascha pakva bhilva palaprabha snapanadhyaya samsiddha paramanena smanvita. And this says all the kalasha should be wound around the suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And this offering of the gold lotus, you can make it in any size you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situation in your life. And the next is the Swarna Metti, the offering of the gold toli, which is 750 USD. And the pramana for this is Nakadiditi Sanchana Namajjana Tamoguna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. And this means, you whose brightness from toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. And The offering of the storing to Devi adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of your life. And the next is the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. This says, Shuddha Sarabhi Varshini. She who makes nectar flow in all of our nerves from Sahasrara. She who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So this Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. And then the next, the Swarna Mangtika is when you offer that, you can receive blessings of achieving the bliss state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. And then the next is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is 1,008 USD. And the illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet, and her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. So this is from the Saundarya Lahari, verse 83, Shlokam 83, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance. In the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And then the next is the Vastra Seva, which is 1,008 USD. And when you offer the Vastra Seva, the Yajaman is blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And now you can see a summary of all the offerings. So the e-hundi is any amount. You can offer any amount which you would like. Then the Sankalpa chanting, the offering of conscious resolution, is $1. Then the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, which is pure gold coin, each with one sacred name of Devi Parashakti from the 1,008 names, is either $75, $157, or $251. And then the next is the Mukta Anguti, which is the pearl fingering. It is $251, $501, or $750. And then the next is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the gold lotus flower. And that is 600 USD, 12,000 USD, or 18,000 USD. And then the next is the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring for the lotus feet of Devi, which is $750. And then the next is the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, which is $750. And then the next is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of ritualistic gratitude to the Supreme Point of Hinduism, which is $1,008. And then the next is the Vastra Seva, which is also $1,008. And to make an offering to Devi Parashakti, in the registration form, there are two options. You can either register to offer today or an intention to offer specific sevas. So if you're not ready right now and you feel that you need time or you need help or guidance in any of the sevas, you can fill the intention to offer any of the sevas, any specific seva, and you will be guided and helped through the process. And you can also make the offering whenever you are ready to make the offering. And if you are ready to offer today, you can choose that option. And in the registration form, you will have three options. The interested in offering, need help in manifesting, and need more details. So whichever you need, you can choose. So if you're interested in offering, you can choose that. but you're not ready, you can just choose the interest in offering, and whenever you are ready, you can make the offering. And if you need help in manifesting the offerings, you can choose that option, and you will be guided and helped for the offering. And if you need more details, you can choose that option, and you will also be guided and helped through the process and you will be given more details about the offerings. So for that, you can register on http://tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi. And for the online payment, if you're ready to offer seva by online payment, you can visit http://tiny.cc/baby offerings. And for the after payment, for submitting the details for the puja, for the names to be chanted, you can register on https://tiny.cc/sankalpa 2021. And now with this, we will be moving to the next segments, where we will be having the representatives of the Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham, who will be coming and sharing with all of you the way the Supreme Court of Hinduism has built the Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham and how the multi-layer quarantine is being implemented and much more. So we'll be back after a really short break with the Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham representatives and admins to learn more about how exactly Swamiji, the Supreme Point of Hinduism, is giving the multi-layer quarantine in the Adi Kailash Sarvagnapeetham as well as the other Adinams around India. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back after a really short break.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvagnapeethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet
thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental. 10 truth.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Now we are going to see in this segment, Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy and bliss. So let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So during Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti revealed on 5th June 2021 about the mental health of the people across the world who are affected by the pandemic, and state of the world records across world reports confirming the same, and the Supreme Pontiff revealed what needs to be done and successfully implemented in all the Kailasas across the globe. And it is recognized now by the United Nations. The report submitted by the Kailasa Union is recognized by the United Nations. So we're going to in this segment and how these Kailasas ecosystems are implementing these successful methodologies which are recognized by the United Nations and also in this segment. So on 5th June 2021, Devi revealed to the world that not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh, people, do the job of saving life as first priority. And listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others. Because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva, save yourself from corona and death. Economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona, save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva, Parampurul, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva, live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam, and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. And do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness and prosperity, Jnanam and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samya Purattu Kannattal who comes and helps at the right time. The revelations about the mental health we just saw, which Devi revealed on 5th June 2021, and media articles confirming the same on 6th June 2021. According to the new study, the psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients, the neurological symptoms are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in mild cases. What they revealed about the mental issues on 5th June 2029 and media articles confirming the same on 8th June 2021. BMC Psychology published on June 8th the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students. These results indicate that students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, 59.8%, and many reported worries for the health of loved ones. Most impacted their mental health status, about 20%, and the need to take care of the family most affected current and future plans, which is 31.8. Almost one half of students took to exercising and other remedies. The rates of anxiety and depression among the college students continue to soar. Researchers at the Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, say stress levels are at their highest. A report by the Lauren Lumpkin on June 10, 2021, the Dartmouth College researchers began tracking 217 students when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, the rates of depression and anxiety have soared the highest and showed no signs of coming down, and said the Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. The psychology today on coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in this psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation, our world, and are experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder, which is PTSD, therapeutics market over the period of assessment, which what it used to be 2019 and what is expected 2027 is going to be 11.91%. According to the CNN, there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom said in a recent news release to the CNN, "It is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of response to and recovery from COVID-19 pandemic," Tedros added. Now, the solutions, what they revealed as yoga, do the good work, and surrender to Paramashiva, do the spiritual work, which improves the not only mental and physical health. So people who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress and self-regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are equipped with innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, but sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other inventions, which benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of traditional treatment approaches. According to the Psychology Today online article, when we actively choose a tool of self care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well being, even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their life, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort for various challenges issues for thousands of years. Revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive, life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles. Make your make you look very nice in the outside. But only yoga and Ayurveda lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make you internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost so much. Just make your life extremely strong. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued to say that 3 years back I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back I trained the whole Kailasa, the devotees, the devotees in their own homes, and second, these Kailasa inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously for quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place, doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking bay leaf, neem juice, tulasi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself, build your body. Do not bother about your business or other profit and anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. Now, the efforts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism put in combating the pandemic and his Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies and successfully implemented in India and many ashrams, adhinams. Now, the report on these methodologies, suggestions, United Nations recognizes this on the reports on Kailasa's COVID-19 and multilateralism. You can see the screenshots of this report, which is posted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. You can see the screenshots of this, and you can also see some more screenshots of this Facebook page, which are published the United Nations report. A detailed report has been, you can yourself click on the report published on their website, https://www.ohchr.org, Adi Shaivite Minority Tradition, ASMT. The globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with the scale of severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases, such as black fungus, are targeting COVID-19 patients and killing almost 1 in 2% in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than any economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through multilateralism that was published by the United Nations in their website, www.ohchr.org. Earlier reports on submitted by the to the United Nations from the Adi Kailasa, Adi Shaivat minority community, Kailasa Union, a report on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and a second report on the femicide, and this is the third report that UN recognized. So a report by the Adi Shaivat minority tradition, ASMT, Hindu Community Kailas Union on submitted in June 2021. Let us see the detailed report on which was published on the website. The introduction is what are the key obstacles which the whole world across is facing. The globalization of disease, which has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for high contagious COVID-19, which has spread the scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as B1.617, Delta and Delta plus Epsilon Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting the COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. COVID-19 and multilateralism. Second, distorted policies, decisions, and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst the nations and within, leading to various extremes such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable and even more. The fourth, lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worrisome unemployment rates. The frequent lockdowns on the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where the employment is predominantly informal, or exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far more than the SDG 2 zero hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting articles which are part of the report. Now the solutions. First, the revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles. Our systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or absence of such required medical care. As per Hindu principles, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases: creation or growth, sustenance or stagnation, recession or revitalization, reinvention, breakthrough. A fifth is breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during the times of crisis, that led us to the fourth and fifth phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough, both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. According to the key nations, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. The Hindu multilateral immense inequality in the capacities of governments, the organizations, and people on two grounds. First, health response. Second, economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments and organizations and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principles Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is, the entire world is my family. And these are the scriptural references. They are from Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verses 71 to 73. You can see the supporting documentation, articles published as part of the report. Next, they provide sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for a vast majority of people for either health, safety, or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to requests for private accommodation. The experimental townships such as Araville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Araville are not open to public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASNT Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Araville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as ASNT Monastery, India, Bangalore have been open to offer multi-layer quarantine as a public service with free food, accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in these townships with zero reported cases of COVID-19 infection in the past 2 years and has already served many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged the citizens worldwide, especially from regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has started, especially as the home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care with absolute multi-layer quarantine until coronavirus is eliminated from the planet Earth, including all different strains of their virus. The translation of these are the scriptural reference from the Maha Upanishad, chapter 71 to 73, which says the scriptural reference as the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is the whole world is our family, one family. The more reference articles published as part of the report is projected here. Next is educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time, and visual information about fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope, make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. The proper education is extremely crucial as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic, and long post-lockdown liquor lines are extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about the future for them and stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. The first one is for things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge. Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. Second, for survival needs such as food and healthcare, the barter and charity are recommended. Third, for other infrastructure development works, services, and commodities, gold and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The WHO, the World Health Organization, and GISAID provided early success in data regarding the virus. This is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where critical data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped the United Nations of America access mass and testing kits. And there was a hope that this will lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next is Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept of ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent under the 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with seed capitals where seed capitals of grains collected by the fundraising, or if any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. The compound interest was prohibited in grain banks, which the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest the earned and donations. At the time of severe crises such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains. And if required, all such loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu temples, food is shared for free as policy. This was the case in both in ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Assamite community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Next is the monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by governments that are based on health code color systems that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting documentation. Next is, though there were privately related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected diagnosed asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area-wise statistics have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documents here. Now, next is traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as living divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, food, medicines, etc. Though traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues, and a few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine. The mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as a pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interest. Outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be wise, especially as these medicine systems are time tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailash Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasha's Hindu medical care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, yoga, Siddha, and Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. You can see the supporting documents are projected. Multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities with additional emphasis on multi-layer quarantine protection without disrupting life and economy, such that efforts are locked down or unnoticeable. The waiver of patients on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that are and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain bank systems and other traditional economic systems as described in most vulnerable people of the world. You can see the supporting documentation as part of the report. The sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this testing time of global meltdown. Though this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, those are annadans, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorder and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assess this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healing online. Now, this efforts by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has United Nations recognizes and the Kailasa's report submitted last month has been recognized, highly appreciated a few days ago, the report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. Kaila's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailas's report on recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations, surviving a highly contagious COVID-19 where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person requires true multilateralism, governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including providing sustainable commonly living with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicines. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations, https://www.ohchr.org So join in these COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, we will see the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems, how successfully implemented now. All these are the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, which are highly successful in combating the COVID-19 protection centers. With the grace of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's continue this. Across the world, the temples are all religious places like mosques, temples, gurudwaras, everything is shut down, closed for devotees in view of the rising in COVID-19 cases. In Maharashtra, the Sai Baba temple administration took a decision after the Maharashtra government recently announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of the coronavirus. On the other hand, Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public, keeping in view of the surge of COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri. The authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in Pilgrim town recently. The famous temple is closed for the devotees since May 5th as a statewide lockdown was imposed by it. All religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar as the city records the highest daily COVID surge. With the Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single-day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases, the local municipal authorities recently declared a closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, the major Madura temples ban entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. Two major temples of Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, banned the entry of devotees in view of rising COVID-19 cases. On the other hand, Gujarat Somnath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. In view of a surge in COVID-19 infection, the Somnath Temple Trust has announced that the temple will remain shut for devotees from April 11th till for an indefinite period. On the other side, in South India, Tamil Nadu, the Chola era temple murtis beheaded. A report on June 2021, the murtis of the Chola era temple have been vandalized. In Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu, a devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in the beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasanatha temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kuluchunga Chola too. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses the other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Muruga, Krishna, and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state a few days ago. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let us understand why deity worship. Please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals presented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form that he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical form. When we pray to the deity or chant his name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available to the energy plane to guide and bless us. We mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatan Dharma, the Advaita Satya, is going to happen, says Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The divine has the infinite auspicious qualities, which is called Ananta Kalyana Guna in Sanskrit. For example, Shiva manifested, saved Markandeya from death, and it became an independent deity, Kala Kala. It so happened that Markandeya was supposed to die by age of 16. Knowing this, the parents were completely devastated and always in sorrow. So Markandeya, knowing this, did an intense penance to save his life from the early death. So on the day of his death, the Lord Yama, the Lord of Death, has arrived to take the life of the Markandeya. So when the Lord of Death was about to take his life away, the boy Markandeya hugged the Paramashiva Linga and intensely prayed to Paramashiva. That's when Paramashiva appeared as Kala Kala and saved the life of Markandeya. Not only that, given him the boon of Amaratva, that is the life of eternity, and in the same way, he danced in ecstasy. The cosmic dancer, that action become Nataraja. Vishnu's every action of showering blessings in the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence, and deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with rites those divine energies who are the personification of the specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with these deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. Join now in Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now we'll continue after a very quick break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So, multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. Let us understand how the free food is served. This is, in Sanskrit we call Annadan. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let us understand the significance and the need of the Annadan. According to the statistics, due to the pandemic, has led to increase in global food insecurity affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation and loss of livelihood and worsening food insecurity. COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into a category of food insecure, over and above 820 million who were classified as such by the 2019 State of Food Insecurity in the World Report. Hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsens the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced food insecurity during the pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. Child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk of developing severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti. According to the sources connected to the United Nations Children Fund, the number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled, and the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated by the pandemic. Refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. The vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. The price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by the campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and food relief and shelter, with 63% seeking services, including the urgent food relief and shelter. Just over one third, that is 37%, requested health or medical care. Famine risk spikes amidst the COVID conflict, COVID-19 and funding gaps. The number of people teetering on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected at the beginning of this year to 41 million projected as of June. Without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation, as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. The World Bank releases a report on growing food. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The report, released on Monday, on May 20th, 2021, stated that COVID-19 impacts have led the severe and widespread increases to global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in about almost every country, which impacts expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It has also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum, 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for two-thirds of those facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. Join now in Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now let us understand the truths about the food revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and in his various satsang. So some of the wonderful, powerful truth about the food, let us understand now. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always says, you become what you eat. What you eat contributes to what you think, and what you think contributes to what you cognize, and what you cognize contributes to what you are. So what you eat directly affects what you are, and that is why I am making the statement that you become what you eat. What is in your plate matters, because that is going to become you. The violence-based food derived from killing animals and life-negative chemical-based toxic food both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health, it gives an inner space, physical system, and physiological flow to develop highest psychology. To develop highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. You become what you eat. The brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, You are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore hallucination, imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. Vegetarianism as a lifestyle. The human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220 volts current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volts current, but it is given 20,000 volts current. What will happen? It will get fused. The food without anxiety. The energy of the food matters. So the food without anxiety, fear, depression, biomemories, if they are consumed by a person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter the words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, the energy will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. Now, the Kailasas Annalayas are serving the free organic vegetarian sattvic meal for all, eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, and community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given a warning signs of famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Though Kailasa Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasas Annalayas, the food bank established all across the globe, distribute and serves free vegetarian organic food for people of all caste, creed, religion, race, gender, social standing. Under the Red Om, providing relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate world hunger. We will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annadan. I'm not giving any fantasy. It is already becoming a reality. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 17th June 2019. I can see this picture from way back in 22nd November 2002. The pictures show the early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering Annadan, providing a free organic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam, at Tiruvannamalai, South India. In 2013, even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism engaged in selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of Sovereign Order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, the 2 steel implants were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely, and this picture is there right after this surgery. This picture that you're seeing is from Pondicherry, Thane flood relief, which is taken on 3rd January 2012. Now, picture that you're seeing is again also from Pondicherry, Thane flood relief, 3rd January 2012. Now, as the part of the Thane flood relief, some more pictures that you can see. 9th September 2011, the Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration at Tirunamalai, India, where you see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free food to the lakhs of people who were present. On 25th November 2005, Arogya Yoga Health Workshop in Tamil Nadu, where you find the thousands of people were served the free meal by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Nithyananda Spurana Meditation Workshop at Salem, India, in 12th December 2007, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free meals. And Nithyananda Spurana Meditation Workshop in Tirunamalai, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the free meals. The picture is taken on 20th September 2012. On 27th November 2012, the Kartikeya Deepam celebrations at Tirunamalai, India, where the free food was served for lakhs of people. On 10th May 2017, Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop, Tirunamalai, India, where you see the free meal was served to one and all. On 10th April 2017, Kalpataru Meditation Workshop during the food distribution pictures taken on 10th April 2017. Pandara feast served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks at the Kumbh Mela on 5th May 2016. On 28th April 2016, the Kalpataru Meditation Workshop, where the free meals are served to one and all. The Arunachala Sarvagya Peetham, the pictures that you're seeing are from that Arunachala Sarvagya Peetham, Tirunamalai. The pictures are taken on 11th March 2017. The pictures that you are seeing are from Tiruchengodu Sarvagya Peetham, India, taken on 18th August 2019. The picture that you're seeing, Annadan distributed during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of Guru, which is taken on 6th July 2019. On 8th December 2016, Sadashivoham meditation workshop, which were conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and now you're seeing the picture of him serving the free meals to one and all. Annadan service continues in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis, Madurai, India, which is taken on 30th May 2020. Now, let us see the video of the proof of the necessity for Annadan, the Bengal famine of 1943.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
In 1943 and 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling 1/3 of the mankind, claimed they could not do anything about it because the people dying of hunger, because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. On the other hand, in 2016 Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million peacekeepers of Kailasa under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has served more than 1 billion free meals in past 26 years and are determined to end the hunger of poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by the fear or greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation driven by the selfless service. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, and greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation driven by selfless service. In Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures declares Annam Bahukurvita, which means let us produce food in large quantities. The reference is from Taittiriya Upanishad, chapter 3, verse 9. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, the Kailasas global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. So join now in COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, on 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen carefully. Listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save Cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya in Adi Kailasa, because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. People whosoever comes to and dip in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death, they will not have karuna. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in the Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi continued to reveal that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam invite this over. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking, as the lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast and medicine. One, to get health, protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the Great Depression, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The various Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers in India, Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Salem Adinam, Tirunnamalai Adinam, Rajapalayam Adinam, Puduvai Adinam or Pondicherry, Pattanam Adinam, Srirangapadi Adinam, Sripuram Adinam and Madurai Adinam, Avattipalayam Adinam and Husur Adinam and Baroda Adinam. Kailasa rushes to India, aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. The various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India and spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on global pandemic. Now, free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha care, infrastructure to accommodate thousands and accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management and through food banks and organic farming. So join in COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. I repeat, https://kailasa.org, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA CARE. So join in these centers by clicking on this link and save your life and protect your life. We'll moving on to the next segment of this program after a very short break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back to all of the viewers who are gathering with us right now. And I'm sure who are eagerly awaiting the live satsang at 7 o'clock Indian Standard Time. We are going to be graced by the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and it is going to be an amazing, profound satsang, the Nithyananda satsang, with the breakthrough revelations further on conscious sovereignty. And in the last satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully had given us the revelation to ultimately give time, spend time in building our consciousness, building our conscious sovereignty. And there was a beautiful initiation and powerful Shaktinipada, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated each and every one of us into. And of course, today we are all looking forward for being in that same space with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and literally soaking in that pure space of Paramashivoham. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had literally described to us the way that we can exactly build the conscious sovereignty. And he said beautifully, for each and every one of us, spend time and space to manifest conscious sovereignty. Those were his exact words. Now, I hope that each and every one of you have taken the time in the last few days since the last live Nithyananda Satsang, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave us in order to prepare, in order to actually spend that time and ensure that we are manifesting the conscious sovereignty, at least even doing the Vakyartha Sadas with our family members or our friends and our Sangha members or Thimali members about what is conscious sovereignty and how we can achieve that, how we can literally be able to manifest that in our lives. And now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism guiding us further into manifesting conscious sovereignty. So I invite each and every one of you, if you have not already, perhaps spend a few minutes right now and note down, let us spend time and the space in order to manifest the conscious sovereignty. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given us the science and literally given us the physics of how to manifest the conscious sovereignty, what it is, how exactly we can manifest it in our lives, and opened up to us layer by layer how to manifest this conscious sovereignty. And now we can spend a few minutes during this time as we are preparing for the live satsang, and you can just spend some time and manifest that space of conscious sovereignty. Even doing the intro analysis of what Swamiji has said in the Vakyartha Sadas with our Sangha members about conscious sovereignty and actively, consciously building that inside of us. What perhaps after we have learned so much and imbibed so much of the powerful cognitions about conscious sovereignty in the from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Nithyananda Satsangs. Now, how can we apply that into our lives? What are the obstacles that we face? And in our daily lives, how can we manifest conscious sovereignty? In our small conflicts that we have to the life existential crises that we might face, whatever it is, how can we manifest conscious sovereignty? Let us spend some time before this Nithyananda Satsang and really do what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had guided us previously and manifest that space for conscious sovereignty. You can even write down in the comments below as well about what you did as well in the last few days preparing for the next Nithyananda live satsang. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism guides us further in these profound revelations. So write down in the comments about what you did to spend time and space to manifest the conscious sovereignty. And as well, you can also ensure that in this time, as we are preparing for the live Nithyananda Satsang, we can ensure that we also are thinking about the questions that we might want to ask and receive the direct guidance, if you are so blessed, in the comments of each and every one of the social media platforms. So you might be watching today through Facebook, through YouTube, or through Instagram or Twitter, and you might be joining us in any one of these social media platforms for this live program. And in any one, you can use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar and reply in the comment section. And YouTube in the chat, in the live chat, in the Twitter, you can reply in the same thread of the live feed. In Instagram, you can place in the comments of the post for the live satsang. And in Facebook, you can post your comments in the comment section beneath this video. So wherever you're logging in from, you can ask your questions. You can share directly with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he is actively participating and interacting with each and every one of us and guiding us personally if we want that guidance, if we pray for that guidance from the Jagat Guru himself, the Guru for the whole universe. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally actively every single day answering our questions and even posting, making direct messages for the whole public, for the whole humanity itself on different social media platforms. So you can always ask your questions in Facebook in the comment section, and also ensure that you're liking and following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official handles on Facebook, Twitter, on Instagram, and on YouTube. And you can always participate in the panel discussions, in the Vakyartha Sadas that is going on as well. You can comment in the live videos. You can always tag at Sri Nithyananda and give the hashtag Ask the Avatar and ask your questions. As well, you can even ensure that you're getting the notifications for the live satsang and the live program. So make sure that you are liking, following, subscribing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa in all of the main social media platforms, and so that you never miss a notification for the live events. And there's always live announcements and special satsangs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing us with every so often, every single day. Literally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is either gracing us with some profound revelations through the Nithyananda Satsang, or the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, or the various Bhava Samadhi Darshans of different divine cosmic beings, as well, even so many others. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been gracing us through these extremely powerful programs. So make sure that you are not missing out on any of these notifications and special announcements as well. Now, every single day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving further and further revelations on conscious sovereignty and giving us the exact science, how to manifest conscious sovereignty in our lives. And the truth is that Hindus ourselves, we have not realized how much sovereignty we had the right over in our past when the Hindu civilization thrived on planet Earth, and how much we were able to manifest consciousness with the divine powers of Paramashivoham and make whatever we want happen into reality, and how blissful life was in the Hindu civilization as we were once thriving on planet Earth. Hindus have long forgotten this reality and have even taken for granted, even misunderstood what we are living today and practicing today as Hinduism. If you are practicing simply 1% of any religion, would you even consider that as Hinduism in its entirety? Today, Hinduism is lost more than 99%, and just a small fraction of what was once existing is still alive today. If we consider there were 100 million scriptures available for the whole planet with the different sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and so much more available for each and every one of us, and literally driving the entire civilization. There was a base of the entire civilization. Today, less than 20 million scriptures are available for the whole humanity. And that is a tremendous loss. And the 20 million is not even including the mistranslations that have been happening, and so much of knowledge which is absolutely lost just because of the what is lost in translation and what is lost entirely. we have no idea how much actually we have lost. And there was once 100 million temples, Hindu temples, that existed on planet Earth. And over the span of the 56 Hindu nations. However, today, less than 1% of those 100 million temples even exist and are able to thrive for themselves. And even absolutely none of them have the jurisdiction and the right over even the very basic runnings and functionings in the entire temple. And the Hindu rituals themselves are not going according to the agamas, to the sacred scriptures, which they had derived their context and derived their custom from. The rituals, whether it comes to the rituals, the temples, the nations, even we were at once 56 nations literally on planet Earth. However, today we are absolutely zero. This is what we must realize is the loss of conscious sovereignty, an absolute sabotage against the consciousness of every human being on planet Earth. And Hindus are responsible for that. In fact, Devi Parashakti herself had literally revealed to all of us how Hindus must understand that we are responsible for the survival of Hinduism and for the survival of our tradition, even to the next generation. Hindus are responsible even now for the amount of loss that the whole planet Earth has undergone. And because we are Hindus, we have the right in the world for so much, but we are also that much responsible. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as its lead and reviver of the Hindu civilizational nation, has been literally reviving this nation of Kailasa to ensure that at least in one place there is the sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma kept alive. And yet, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has himself undergone more than 70 assassination attempts, and all of those who follow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who are literally blessed to be able to live and imbibe his teachings, are targeted for attacks and used as pawns in the attacks and strategies of the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And primarily, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is one of the world's foremost leaders and advocates for the elimination of violence against women. And from the very beginning of the revival of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been literally working tremendously for the empowerment of Hindu women and women entirely. And whether we see the right for women to worship, or if we see the number of administrative positions in Kailasa which are held by women, or if it is also the number of female-centric ancient endangered lineages that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving, such as the Rudrakanyas and the Bhairavis, the Yoginis, all of these lineages that were victim to absolute femicide that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done more so than many leaders and has literally been leading in eliminating the violence against a huge, substantial population of women in the world. And the Hindu diaspora, the diaspora of 2 billion Hindus all over the world, half of which are women and are target for different extremes of violence against women, misogynistic culture, institutionalized violence, and patriarchy in so many different ways. The Hindu women are targets for the most amount of violence because of the deeply institutionalized and normalized violence in society. And This is due to the 1,000-year-long persecution against Hindus themselves, as well as Hindu women in particular. For thousands of years, we have seen how using brute force and propaganda against women and the female roles of the Hindu civilization, and using propaganda against the Hindu gurus, and using just strategies for genocide, the anti-Hindu militant forces, whether it be in the form of Mughal invaders or the British occupation in India or the British enslavement of the Hindu population, or even so many different forms of violence, which is now still prevalent in India, even after the so-called independence, where not even in India itself, a Hindu can practice their own religion freely. The number of cases which are being filed illegally against Hindu gurus continues to grow, and even today, Hindu gurus are target for illegal arrest and assassination attempts by neo-Hindutva militant forces. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has been subject to torture by the politically owned media and as well by authorities in different institutions. We have seen so many different kinds of violence, especially targeting the women of Kailasa, whether it is beginning in the attacks of 2010 against the properties and the adinams, the peaceful monasteries of Kailasa, or whether it is the targeting children of Kailasa, or whether it is targeting the women, sannyasis of Kailasa, and as well, over the years, targeting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the neo-Hindutva militant forces have ensured in so many different ways to try their best to make the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is ultimately to eliminate violence against women and make it impossible for this mission to be successful. But due to literally the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva himself, and his sincere, tremendous amount of hard work, today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his continuous advocacy for the elimination of violence against women, standing for women, taking a strong stance, no matter what kinds of attacks that he has to go through himself personally. Today, at least we have a voice in the United Nations, where the reports that the Kailasa has submitted on the acts of femicide against Hindu women has been accepted and published in the United Nations website, and specifically the UN Special Reporter for Femicide page in the website for the Human Rights Commission. And in this way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has manifested in our reality, literally, a way to express conscious sovereignty. For each and every one of us, women of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible that we can take a strong stance to live a lifestyle free of violence, free of the fear of any kind of conflict in our lives, and has been able to create an ecosystem where literally we can stand for our right to practice, to worship, and to achieve our ultimate possibility. That is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working toward. And through this active advocacy in the United Nations itself, and the United Nations recognizing the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the report submitted on the femicide against women of Kailasa, as well as the Hindu women, we have finally been able to manifest this form of conscious sovereignty. And that is entirely due to what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally made happen for us without even 1 ounce of effort or 1 ounce of what you can call from our side, simply taking care entirely. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has strongly taken a stance for each and every woman, a Hindu woman, to be able to have the right of worship, to be able to have the right of taking up the lifestyle of sannyas, one of the most powerful lifestyles and sacred sentiments that even exists on planet Earth, for a woman to live powerfully by her own consciousness and by the will of her own consciousness, and to empower herself to manifest literally a higher ambition. And despite having gone through so much of attack year after year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has never given up and has continuously strove for making this ecosystem possible. And women of Kailasa especially have undergone so much of different kinds of violence, being targeted simply because we chose to live this lifestyle, imbibing the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and declaring strongly our right to live a empowered lifestyle. Different ways we have been seeing the amount of persecution that is ongoing, whether it is by the politically owned media or it is by brute force and violence and mob violence against the Hindu women and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And in the report submitted by Kailasa to the United Nations, we have given a breakdown of the different ways that the women of Kailasa have been subject to the worst kinds of violence. And this includes the sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech, marginalizing the minority communities of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, and especially targeting women specifically with the use of deep fake technology and morphing technology as well. And this started in 2010, or at least I can say it surfaced in 2010 with the release of a fabricated video which was dehumanizing an ASMT actress named Ranjita and trying to delegitimize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. This video was sensationally broadcasted in order to do this exact purpose. And Neo-Hindutva affiliated media published so many articles, up to 10,000 articles over the course of just 1 month in March 2010, and published this with captions like sodomized disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in this way, media targeted the ASMT minor girls as well, and had published various different articles in order to incite violence against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and promote hate speech against the Hindu women of Kailasa. And in 2010 until 2012, there's a record number of 14,000 hours of hateful programs, which is marginalizing the ASMT women and children, and as well, so many of the minor children of Kailasa and the women of Kailasa being addressed with so many hateful comments, as well as violence inciting headlines as well. So some of these comments were also including being called brainwashed and even calling some of the women as witches, as prostitutes and cult worshippers. And this strategy of literally sensationally screening and literally making this manufacture of misinformation as well as the violent sexual objectification of minor girls from Hinduism, as well as the Hindu nuns, the Hindu monks of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is a strategy used for the last 1,000 years. It is a strategy that the women of Kailasa have been seeing continuously and has been used as a strategy for the femicide of the lineages of Rudrakanyas as well as sannyasis, of the femicide of the lineage of yoginis. Each and every one of these ancient Hindu sampradayas was literally demolished, massacred, and we saw some of the earliest evidences of femicide happening, where it was the targeted killings of women of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and literally killing them in order to enslave the entire Hindu civilization, knowing that the role that the women played in the civilization was absolutely crucial. And in this way, we see still today the evidence of what these anti-Hindu militant forces have been doing for thousands of years. Even in when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism makes a courageous step and bold decision to revive these ancient sampradayas of sannyasis, of yoginis, and rudrakanyas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is himself target because he takes a bold decision to stand for the empowerment of Hindu women and the women of Kailasa, as you can see in the running visuals and the footage that we have presented for each and every one of you to understand the amount of violence that is ongoing against women of Kailasa. And here you are seeing some of the attacks against the sannyasis who are just trying to defend their deities and trying to continue the worship of their deities, being subject to violence by the mob and literally being handed over to a male majority mob by the authorities that were there and sent there to protect them. And over the years, we have seen this repeatedly happening, even until recently in 2019, where we saw the arrest of two of the administrators of the women-only monastery and their illegal imprisonment. What we are seeing continuously is the continuous subjugation of women, threatening women with false allegations as well, and illegally arresting them. The arrest of Manitya Pranapriyananda and Manitya Priya Tattvananda in 2019 was an absolutely illegal, arbitrary arrest with baseless allegations and no evidence to support any of the crimes against them, and no reason why these two innocent female sannyasis were not given bail. And this is one of even the issues of the United Nations, where they are continuously looking at as well the arbitrary arrest of women who are from marginalized communities, and using this as a way to continue the oppression of marginalized communities and indigenous communities. And in this way, there has not been seen any kind of legal recourse in India especially. And the media is one to be actually held responsible for all of these different kinds of crimes against humanity. The media is easily able to sway the opinion of the public as well as the judges themselves. And court judgments are also not even honored by the media in any way or form, and they also continue their hateful propaganda, even dishonoring and ignoring the court judgments. For example, from 2010, the actress who was targeted in an attack in earlier that year with the fabricated video in order to dehumanize and defame her character, Ranjita had petitioned in the Karnataka High Court as well as other platforms where she could have her voice heard and seek some form of justice. And she did so for several years. And even being a reputable actress with so much of work and good work done and humanitarian work as well, and even though the courts had ordered for her favor, the media still willfully disrespected and dishonored the court's judgment and still had published and broadcasted these hateful videos and articles and news continuously about her, and without any consequence or being penalized in any way. But if we say of contract, in the United States in 2017, a similar case was filed, and the channel was penalized for $5 million USD for civil conspiracy and for defamation of the targeted ASMT community. And we saw literally in contrast how where a place where there's no known or majority anti-Hindu thought currents and anti-Hindu forces, literally justice in its least respect could be served. And this has seen the continued persecution of the ASMT, the Hindu nuns of Kailasa, the women who have taken up a lifestyle of absolute chastity and have taken up a lifestyle in order to empower themselves with nothing but their sacred religious vows. And having been empowered by their religious belief, these women had taken up and had lived this lifestyle and wanted to continue this lifestyle. And yet only for doing that, only for standing up for their religious beliefs, and that they were women themselves and that they were disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, these women were targeted for attacks, and the most brutal kinds of attacks, whether it is the brutal rape of so many different women and the rape of the Hindu sannyasis, or whether it is even the interrogation and torture put against and made that even children of Kailasa were subject to, or the willful starvation of the children of Kailasa and Hindu women. Literally, we have seen all kinds of crimes done against the women of Kailasa. And in the end, we've always not been able to find the legal recourse in India, especially, where we have literally the victims of these incidents have gone to the point of writing pages upon pages and regurgitating the trauma that they have been through and filing the complaints, and yet not been able to file the complaint and have that be accepted by the police and seek justice and be assured that the people who had done the crimes against them would face the law and face the consequences of the actions done against them and the suffering that each and every one of these women have gone through. It is only due to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Hindu women all over the world have at least some form of hope in order to live a powerful lifestyle and to live a lifestyle which is absolutely free from any fear of violence. Fear of violence, fear of being manipulated, fear of being overpowered by a man, and fear of being made invisible or literally losing her life due to gender-based violence. And what women are undergoing all over the world and facing all over the world, we're only seeing the conditions worsen, even though international peacekeeping organizations have declared for so many different kinds of promises. The only hope and the only successful ecosystem where women can live absolutely violence without the fear of violence, and where women can be assured to be empowered to her highest potential, and children are educated from a young age on her inner strength and how she can empower herself. Only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been able to create an ecosystem such as this and successfully be able to promise the world a possibility such as this. And today, with the report that was submitted to the United Nations, the crimes and violence and femicide in marginalized communities, as well as the indigenous Hindu women who were subjugated and made invisible by misogynistic groups, is actually told to the world and made and at least voiced in a platform for the international audience. Only by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is there light being shed into the intersectional violence that is going on against Hindu women in marginalized communities in India, as well as the global Hindu diaspora. And through the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we have seen literally a femicide observatory being made available, and through the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment, this femicide observatory is used in order to generate the reports of the violence against women of Kailasa, as well as the larger Hindu diaspora, and women who were targeted for thousands of years coming forward and being able to find a voice at last and an end for the violence that has been done against them. And continuously through the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment, we're also continuously supporting the research and studies undertaken to analyze the femicide and the gender-based killings, including interviewing the victims and recording their experiences in order to share their experiences and see the actual solutions on what can resolve the conflicts inside of a community, and as well as reporting the number of cases and the details in international platforms. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been able to make the concrete measures taken to improve support to victims of violence and prevent femicide. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so by literally physically protecting each and every one of the targets of femicide and the vulnerable populations for femicide through the ASMT monasteries and through these extremely protective and empowering ecosystems that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established in India and all over the world, as well the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made these concrete measures through providing healing through proven and ancient therapeutic methods of removing trauma and healing from pain. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has ensured that a sanctuary is created for healing the victims of trauma, empowering them to reclaim their identity, reclaim the identity that was dehumanized and throttled by these neo-Hindutva militant forces and their attackers who were trying to use them as pawns ultimately against Hinduism itself and use them as pawns in this larger ongoing genocide. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also taken measures to continue to report on the good practices and challenges in implementing the responses to violence and implementing the solutions and preventative measures for the gender-based killings and gender-based violence in communities in India, as well as around the world in the global Hindu diaspora. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also done so by providing guidance and empowerment to victims to seek legal justice and recourse for the crimes which has been done against them. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has even ensured that the infrastructure is in place for these women to be able to ensure that continuously they are able to reclaim themselves and even be able to work towards a ecosystem where violence is not at all existent. Yet continuously over the years we have been seeing the violence against Hindu monks as well as the Hindu women, the nuns, and the Hindu female monks of Kailasa, as well as the larger Hindu diaspora. In the footage that you're seeing right now, for example, a woman, due to the mob attack against her community, against the indigenous community, and the intersectional violence against these women due to their gender, their religious belief, as well as their caste, had literally ended up in the collapse of a woman after her brutal rape. And even in the sense when, in the situation where she was trying to be moved immediately to be taken to the hospital for medical attention, the mob was continuously attacking, and these Hindu women were desperate to immediately seek the attention that she needed to save her life and get her the medical attention that she needed. And even in this circumstance, 2 years later in 2017, a similar situation had happened with the brutal rape of a Hindu sannyasi and all of her sister sannyasis trying to work to bring her to medical attention immediately. Yet the mob attacks against Trishulam Adinam in this incident had left this woman, this Hindu nun, absolutely helpless and in no way of reaching the hospital. In fact, they had literally pushed over the cars. As you can see, this is a vehicle of the Adinam, which would have been used to take this Hindu nun to the hospital, and the slashing of tires of the other vehicles as well. And this was a strategy that the Neo-Hindutva militant forces and the mobs that they employed in order to attack us had used in order to literally make us helpless, absolutely desperate for just protecting our lives. And somehow, due to the protection of Swamiji himself, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and of Paramashiva himself, we have somehow made it out of these absolutely violent situations and guerrilla attacks by the New Hindutva militant forces alive. And even though continuously we have been seeing attack after attack, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been literally our last hope and the only hope we have in order to live the lifestyle that we chose to live and that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has given us as a fundamental right. And that is a life to live and enjoy the right for a blissful, conflict-free life. And Kailasa is literally the world's only Hindu nation which is working towards improving the quality of life of all living beings on planet Earth, and doing so by bringing an end to all of the root causes which are undermining the expression of our infinite potential. And all the sentient beings, including what we discussed, gender-based violence, religious discrimination, racial prejudice, and even animal cruelty and global warming. all of these are what Kailasa directly works on in order to bring an ecosystem and a civilization which has zero discrimination and is absolutely violence free. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing so by using strategies of Hindu multilateralism and fostering complete relationships and partnerships, promoting greater accountability of leadership, and building community resilience by economically empowering marginalized communities and the impoverished people. And as well as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing so by reviving the female-centric ancient endangered lineages that ultimately are for the purpose to raise women to use their inner strength in order to harness and achieve their ultimate potential. And another way that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as Kailasa, is working towards this ecosystem and this goal is by protecting the environment and promoting the non-violent living sustainable lifestyle and reducing the effects of global warming, and by advocating and actively enriching for a life of vegetarianism and a non-violent lifestyle, as well as organic farming and sustainable farming without the use of any pesticides and or any destruction to the land as well. And Kailasa ultimately aims to raise the standard of living for all the global community with the sacred traditional knowledge and secrets of enlightened living of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing so literally since the last 27 years. And yet continuously, each and every one of us have seen how much of attack we have gone through due to the neo-Hindutva militant forces. It is up to us, Hindus, in order to reclaim our conscious sovereignty, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is guiding us continuously, in order to end this violence and in order to find any kind of hope for ending violence against women in all forms and all types. The United Nations in 2000 had declared that by 2030, we would see an end to all gender-based violence and even see women being equal to men. And we would bring a world where we saw the reality of gender equality. Yet today, it's 9 years until the end year of our goal. Yet still today, we're not seeing even 10% of what we wanted to achieve by 2030. We're not even a fraction of the way to see that happen. And so much is still invisible to us, not even being able to see the amount of violence which is happening, the intimate violence which is happening, and not even able to point out the source of violence that is ongoing in these conflict communities and conflict areas. It is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has been able to successfully create the model communities and of sustainable living and provide these community livings for the public and promote the lifestyle of nonviolence and literally create and establish a nation where women are empowered for their infinite potential, not just for their equal rights. That is literally the beauty of what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done. And I invite each and every one of the viewers to take a look and ensure that you are getting yourself familiar. Today, actually, the United Nations has accepted and recognized 3 of the reports submitted by Kailasa to the United Nations, to the Human Rights Commission. And the first is on the violence and the sexual objectification of indigenous Hindu women in the media. The second is on femicide and the recurring incidences of femicide in India and against Hindu women. And the third is on the COVID-19 and multilateralism, where the United Nations has literally recognized the Hindu strategies for multilateralism and has recognized the way that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also provided a concrete solution, a concrete measure in order to heal the entire humanity and a model for the whole world to take heed and learn by example of how to protect people from this ongoing pandemic which has happened. And it was due to the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his tremendous amount of will persistence. And even if at any point the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had not been served any kind of justice, that never stopped. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously ensured that he would work for all of those who are simply just declaring that they wanted to live for him. And even if we just made one step in order to make that or declare our life for the teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done 1,000 times more in order to create that ecosystem for us and literally make the ecosystem where it is absolutely easy and so blissful for us to just simply start radiating the higher ambition of our lives, the higher powers of our lives. And continuously, year by year, we've been seeing this tremendous amount of violence. I invite each and every one of the Hindus who are watching, we must take this time now in order to ensure that we reflect deeply on why this is happening to Hindus. Why? Even as a Hindu woman especially, if you dig deep and if you understand, Hindu women will know some form of violence that is done against them, their grandmothers or their relatives, their cousins, by the neo-Hindutva militant forces. And this has been happening for thousands of years. Why has this been happening? Why does a Hindu woman need to go through so much? And what hope is there for a Hindu woman today? Because of the strong stand that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always taken for the woman's right to worship and stand for her right to live the life purely on the power of her own will and her own consciousness, and has literally defied even the definitions of freedom itself and given that for a Hindu woman. That is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously been facing attack after attack. And in so many circumstances, we've either seen the destruction of property or legal lawfare, where baseless allegations and evidence-less cases are filed without any substantial evidence. And we've seen also, as a strategy for isolating a leader from the community and isolating the community itself, illegal arrest as well being used as a strategy. We've seen the femicide and gender-based violence being used as a weapon against the entire civilization, as well as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. As well, we've seen brutal destruction of properties and the physical destruction of the various monasteries of Kailasa, where even beginning from 2010, with the massive attacks that happened against the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham and all of the Adinams in India, literal fires and destruction, the burning of religious texts, and so much more, we have seen all of these strategies which have been implemented for thousands of years in the Hindu genocide being used in brute force and relentlessly against the women and the people and Kailasa itself, and ultimately the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Now, we will continue understanding about the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as the reports that were accepted and published in the Human Rights Commission website of the United Nations in the further segment, this further segment, as we are awaiting the live darshan and the live satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we'll be right back with you after a short break.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity. Will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment signs to the whole world wherever they, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers. Now, we are just a few minutes away from the live Nithyananda Satsang, and I'm sure each and every one of you are eagerly awaiting. I myself know the feeling of being so excited and just awaiting the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I invite each and every one of you to share this program link. Let's share the news that there will be the live satsang at 7:30 Indian Standard Time, and make sure that all of your family, your friends are awake, alive, and ready for the Nithyananda satsang that is happening very shortly. And make sure as well that you spend a few minutes right now, and we can just enrich as many people as possible. You can enrich on any of the social media platforms that you are available in and that you are frequently using, that you're comfortable with, and share with as many people as possible with hashtag Nithyananda Satsang. And let us share the news that there will be the live Nithyananda Satsang happening very, very shortly. And in just a few minutes, we'll be starting the preparation and starting to get ready for the Nithyananda Satsang. And once again, let's make sure that everyone knows, and that all of our Sangha members and everyone whom you think will understand and deeply benefit from this cosmic intervention into your life today. And as we were discussing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been revealing the profound revelations on conscious sovereignty for several weeks now, guiding us continuously, reassuring us, and giving us the precise ways of how to manifest conscious sovereignty in our lives. And it is such a profound experience, and not just a superficial word. It is an experience that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been initiating us into as well. And not only that, for hours at a time, sitting and being with us and sitting and in the satsang and initiating us and allowing us to experience that deep and powerful space of Shakti Nipada, the deep feeling connection with the divine, and being able in that way manifest the conscious sovereignty. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gone over with us how the physics of conscious sovereignty, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously revealing the different layers of what it is and how to manifest it in your life. And in the comments down below, I request we can start having the Vakyartha Sadas and remind ourselves that what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism told for us as spiritual homework last time was spend time and space in order to manifest the conscious sovereignty. So make sure that if you have not done this already, let us spend time right now and literally sincerely manifest the conscious sovereignty in whichever way that means to you, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has guided to manifest conscious sovereignty in our lives. And you can take a few minutes now and comment down below your experiences, your Vakyartha Sadas, your intra-analysis of conscious sovereignty itself, about what it is and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said as well. And we'd love to interact with you and see your comments in the different social media platforms as well. And each and every one of us Hindus have to understand that it is now time, more so now, urgent than ever, for Hindus to realize the magnitude of responsibility that we have for the future of the whole world, especially having been inheritors of this great science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, what Paramashiva himself has gifted us, and what Paramashiva himself has come down in order to revive on planet Earth right now. Hindus across the world must realize that now is the time that we have to stand up, and each and every one of us are responsible for the future that we will live. If we want Hindus to enjoy the amount of wealth that our ancestors have given us, and the amount of knowledge that our ancestors have given us, the amount of stable family and stable community that our and Paramashiva himself has given us, all of these things. And what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as the incarnation of Paramashiva, living as a representative of Paramashiva on planet Earth today. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it available for each and every one of us to experience, literally. And we Hindus are responsible for ensuring that it survives even to the next generation. If we Hindus want our children and the next generation to enjoy what we have enjoyed from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and be assured that everything that we are enjoying today, whether it's our wealth, our status, our fame, our prestigious job that we might feel is prestigious in our society today, whatever it might be, it is all due to the science and our upbringing of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and what Paramashiva himself literally has ensured to protect and ensure that survives thus far. But in the way that things are going, with less than 1% of Hindus and Hinduism surviving today after thousands of years of genocide and destruction and Holocaust against an entire civilization, we Hindus do not have hope of even the next generation even practicing Hinduism as we know it. And among the leading advocates for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and among all of the religious movements for reviving and protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only one to ensure that we bring the political legitimacy to Sanatana Hindu Dharma and revive the Hindu civilizational nation. Whereas at one point we had 56 nations, and we had dwindled down to 0 as of 2007 when Nepal had declared itself as secular. Today, there is absolutely 0 nations for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only leader who is courageously leading this movement in order to revive the nation of Kailasa. And we must understand the need for a nation for the survival of Hinduism itself, and the need for all of us Hindus to reclaim our Hindu identity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so much in order to ensure that Hinduism itself survives, and has literally revived successfully this nation itself, to ensure that Hinduism itself has survived and will be able to serve humanity, continue to serve humanity forever. And Hindus ourselves must recognize the amount of work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so, and is actually continuing to do so despite so much of attack. Recently, as we have been discussing, the United Nations has recognized, addressed, and accepted 3 of the reports that were submitted to the UN on the persecution, the ongoing persecution against the women of Kailasa, the indigenous Hindu women, as well as the femicide against the women of Kailasa. And the as well as the last report, and the most recent report, the Supreme Court that was recognized by the United Nations, was on COVID-19 and multilateralism. And I invite each and every one of the viewers as well to make sure that you get the latest updates every single day that is ongoing from Adi Kailas Sarvagnya Peetham on the ongoing efforts of Adi Kailas Sarvajnapeetham in order to provide the multi-layer quarantine for the whole of humanity as one of the foremost productive solutions for the ongoing pandemic which is happening. And as well, please visit the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to review the reports that were submitted by Kailasa to the United Nations on the work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing in order to eliminate all violence against Hindu women. And among the leading global advocates for women empowerment is actually Kailasa, not just by empowering women with equality, but with infinite possibility. Kailasa is literally where there's zero discrimination against women and also all the LGBT plus, and there's no place for any kind of sexualization, of objectification, or stereotyping against women. And women even hold 2/3 of the leadership positions and in all of the administrative structures of Kailasas across the world. And as well, where women are given the economic empowerment in order to specialize in their unique trade and business, including the sacred art and the various different trades and businesses that are traditional and indigenous to Hinduism, as well, where young girls, the Hindu young girls and the young women are given absolutely free education and trained and guided to harness their inner strength in order to manifest their ultimate potential. And in Kailasa as well, in the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies across the world, women can absolutely be unafraid of any kind of subjugation, discrimination, or violence against them. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously taken strong stances to ensure that the ecosystem is never compromised and continuously the safety, the violence-free zone and empowerment of women is prevailing. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing now in just a few minutes. Let us now enter into the meditation in order to prepare for his divine presence and get ready for the powerful cognitions that we will now imbibe from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Breathe and inhale deeply and exhale. And let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.